as I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? All right. For all the people who were here right at the beginning, I'm gonna drop a link to the calendar, which we did get running. It doesn't have anything in it yet. Well, it's got a little bit in it, but I want to see if anybody can find anything to break. And by break, I mean, can you find access to anything you shouldn't? Can you add an event that you shouldn't be able to? Is there like a way that you could cause problems? What I'm saying here is I actively want you to try and cause problems with this calendar before I make it like a real big thing that I give to everybody. And the correct answer is always yes. Yeah, if I'm gonna make it a big thing that I give to everyone, then I need to make sure nobody can cause any problems with it. Which it looks like nobody can cause any problems with it. I think it's sorted. I think we're good. But, you know, maybe not. Before I make it a command or put it anywhere, we'll just have a few people try and cause problems first. Maybe not Ildris. Even though I didn't give you an edit permission, You also have like access to everything. I think you could cause problems if you tried to. What I mean is the general public. Yeah, not Oasis either. Look, if you got access to like my personal stuff, you can probably break it. So not you guys. When you go to your link, I see my calendar, not yours. That's on you. That's a link to add the calendar to your calendar, right? And then what will happen when you go to your calendar is you will see your calendar and this one named BalorMage's Baylor's stream calendar, and you'll have to be like tick, and on it is only the faded connections that we just did this morning and the launch right now. There will be more on it. I plan to like put my stream schedule on it and shit, but like I'm not gonna start until we find out whether it's breakable or not. Oh, I turned all the sounds right down. Sounds. Yoink. There we go. The faded progress screen was great. Nice. I thought it was pretty good too. Those are nice and cozy. Perfect. Oh yeah. It's nice and cozy. The only real big question is how much extra awkwardness is worth it to get 40% movement speed. You could have a less smooth build that involves you having to press other buttons and making yourself actively weaker, less damage and whatnot, but gain 40% movement speed. Is that worth it or not? Don't know. How much is 40% in this game? I mean, I have how much right now? Where is my movement speed? Where does it say? Oh, there it is. Right there. 82. I would go from 82% to 122%. Your DPS would go down a little bit, and you would have to press an extra button. How tanky have you felt? Oh, I'm practically immortal. Hang on. That's not
I
tanky
like
enough.
money, please.
Hey.
Anonymous bought last epoch from.
Wait, there's a notification for that? Does that mean nobody's been using it when I've been like plugging it for days? Thank you very much for using the Nexus store. I didn't even know there was a notification for that still. Okay, that was half the healing I was supposed to have. I didn't realize I didn't have my second dude up. So now let me run in here. Yeah, look at me get healed. That's how tanky I am right now. Alright. However, it's worth noting that I currently, in this version of the build, I have about 20% of the healing and recovery that I would normally have. Or that I will have. I only have the minions right now. The calendar works on my PC, but not my phone. That's not possible if it's the same Google account. It's literally not on my phone, but I can see it on my PC. It might just not be selected as one of the calendars to show. You can have as many calendars as you want. They're not all, they can all be active, or a selection of them can be active. You might just have, at some point, you might have manually selected the one calendar you do use. Nice. When am I going now to download with this key? Steam. It's a Steam key. You put it in on Steam and Steam goes, oh, you own the game. Cool. Here you go. And then you just download it and then it runs as if you had started it from, as if you'd bought it from Steam for the rest of existence. Also, Mistborn, I am positive I have seen you before. And I am positive I've said this before, but oh my lord, the Mistborn series is still the best fucking... It's like the best book series I've ever read in my life. So fucking good. I haven't read The Expanse yet. I actually haven't read The Expanse, but there's not my archives at all. Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yes, I'm pretty sure, but it could be one of like 3 different book series that I'm thinking about at the same time, and I can't remember which one's called which. Which one's that? I've definitely read it. It's just, it's in the list of like things in my head that are all mixed together. Yeah, there are a lot from him that I love though. Is it the one with the silver-skinned people? Is it the one further in time in the same universe where you deal with like Wayne and them? Or is it the one with swords that materialize out of thin air? There are 3 different series. They're all, I can't remember which one's named which. Shard blades. Yep. Okay. The swords that appear out of thin air. Yep. And plate and everything. Yep. 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 I have. I can't remember like which one's named which. It is quite good. That one's quite good. I thoroughly do not believe I will ever read a book series again that I love as much as the Mistborn trilogy. Yeah. Mistborn. Oh, I gotta stop doing arenas. These are horrendous. Do you reckon they'll do anything about arena being so shit? I could have finished like 3 maps in that time that weren't arena ones. Shipment was way too easy. Today's connection is fun. All right, no helping. No helping. Stock hunt. Snack, beans, pod, peck type, nibble, trackboard, pasta, or graze, vegetable. Stalk, trail, hunt. These all mean to follow. Track. Pursue, sure. So like pasta, vegetable snack, and bean are all just like things you can eat, but that feels way too easy. Like that feels way too easy. Also, no one should eat beans. They're literally the worst. But it just feels way too easy. It can't be it. It has to be, yeah, okay. It wasn't that. One away though. So I'm really tempted to skip snack and say stock, because now it's ingredients in a thing rather than just things you can eat. Right? You shouldn't just, like, these are all things I would cook with. Well, not that I would cook with, but things that, you know, I imagine people would cook with. Am I gonna waste another try on this? I am. Oh, yes. Ingredients in minestrone. Sure. If you say so. That's a real word. Okay. Nibble, snack, graze, and peck. I don't know what board type, pod, and forewarn, broad, I don't know what those four are, but these four are... Those four are definitely a thing. I don't know what the fuck this is at all. Hang on, let me see if I can work out what this is. Typecast. Podcast. Broadcast forecast. Cast. That was the easiest one. That was the easiest one. That's... I've not had one of these so easy. Minestrone. Minestrone. Minestrone? It's definitely not the easiest one I've seen, but it's up there. I mean, that one was pretty easy. It was so easy, I got it. Doesn't read any of the Dragonlance Chronicles. I don't think I've read that, no. It's an Italian soup. I believe it. I'll be honest, I just eat whatever's put in front of me most of the time. As long as you don't put peas in my spaghetti bolognese, I'll eat whatever you put in front of me. Just peas and pasta sauce. To be fair, peas aren't really good in anything you put them in. To be fair, it's just that I can put up with them if it's not in my fucking spaghetti bolognese. I made a one button build today. Those are the only kinds of builds that are good. I got a one button build right here. What's the next one button build? Boom, boom, boom. It's all one button if I numlock all the buttons. True. Nexus. Why, hello. So today's been one of the worst brain days that I've had in like quite a while. I just was unable to complete every basic task in existence today, and I don't know why. There's no reason. Nothing bad happened. My brain just decided today was not the day to do anything at all. You have a code, don't you? Not a code, but I have a Nexus store at !Nexus where you can purchase Ellie and I get the cut instead of Steam. Have a filter specific for this build? Yes. ADHD people just borrow our single shared executive function. Well, I'm gonna need that back tomorrow because I really achieved absolutely nothing I was planning on doing today at all. Frankly, lucky I even made it to the podcast. And then between the podcast and streaming, I did literally nothing. Literally nothing. Absolutely achieved zero things. And I have a long list of things that needs doing, like a long list. I need some fire res somehow. Didn't realize I needed fire res. Was a podcast I'm hearing about? We had a podcast just this morning. It was a Faded Connections episode with Dreadful on and Perry the Pig. We talked about Last Epoch a lot. I think it went really well. Dread, did you enjoy yourself? You can't be back to do it and nothing's wrong with it. Nah, it's not a mood, it's a proper problem. It used to happen far more often. It now happens less often, but I'm still unhappy about it. Got their brain fog. I only found out like 3 or 4 years ago what it was called. It's executive dysfunction is its fancy name. But basically, there are tasks you need to do. You're capable of doing the tasks. You want to do the tasks. You're actively not trying to avoid doing the tasks at all and are yet unable to do them anyway. You just can't. It's not like you decide not to. It's that you literally just can't do it for no good reason. And then both myself and people around me have historically just called that laziness. And like people think, he's just lazy and he couldn't do the thing, and it's not lazy. It's not laziness. I'm trying to do the thing. I want to do the thing. I can't do the thing. I had for a very long time just branded myself as somebody who was lazy, because that happens sometimes and I just can't do anything.
I like money. Please?
Please? I love that clip.
Anonymous
it so
bought
much.
last epoch from.
Thank you very much to whoever that was. Again, using the Nexus store. What the fuck is that? Nope, not gonna want that. Sorry, bub. Afternoon. Kind of flawed with how many people in early access to this weekend. Early access of Ellie this weekend? In like 4 days it launches. This isn't early access. There's no early access for Ellie. This is just a beta. And it's open to everybody who buys it. That I guess seems like semantics. It seems unimportant. The reason it's not unimportant is because early access implies if I give them extra money, I'll get access to the game before everyone else. And they will categorically not do that under any circumstance because it's a shit practice made by money hungry knobheads. This is just an open beta. If you buy the game for 35 bucks, everybody can be in it. You can be playing it right now. There's absolutely no like, it seems like semantics, but there's a difference. We can see your man. Why not? What about all the times I wear a blouse and my painted nails and colorful hair? The semantics before the past 1 or 2 years, the company is giving 1 day early access to the premium edition. Trying to feed him some rope. That was exactly what I was doing. That was exactly the intent right there. Was well, that's a little bit of a weird question, but here's a little bit of rope. We'll see what you do with it. That's exactly what I was doing.
Hi Balor smiley face, chat smiley face.
Hey, Barnacle Bill. Thank you very much for the prime. Come for the amazing gameplay, stay for the blouses. I do agree. Ellie is some of the best $35 I've spent. Yeah, money I've spent. Is that because you spent more than $35 because you were in the Kickstarter? Or is that because it was so long ago that you spent the money that you have absolutely no clue whatsoever what you paid? It could have been either one. Flat and climb back into it today. Nice. As a controller support, can you swap between them when you like? I'm currently using a controller. I stopped using the controller and moved my mouse. I'm now on a keyboard and mouse. Ta-da. You can change between them. Some problems happen if you try and use both actively at the same time. So the one thing Diablo does better with controller support is I could be running around with my controller out and I could like move my mouse and deal with my inventory at the same time. It takes like input from both. This game does not take input from both at the same time, but swapping is as easy as stop using your mouse, start using your controller, and then it's fine. So that's good enough for me. Maybe we'll space out between the... Oh yeah. the hotkeys just like don't know what to do and they just swap between them and whatnot. Yeah. Still much better than PoE, which functionally doesn't have controller support. It pretends it does, but it doesn't. Nice. I was going to ask you if you knew about the red runes. Yeah, I don't use them for generic stuff, but if it's like something I really want in a decently high tier, I use them for that. Because you can't get nearly as many of them as you can just get the explode runes. So I use them like a little more sparingly. Because you can just explode fucking anything you want. Because you buy them all from the vendor, you can get tons of shards from that. But if it's something you really want, you want to use the good one. Chance for LP is a lot lower. Did you know chance for LP is a lot lower as Runes of Ascension? I didn't know that, but it makes sense. Yo! That's a fucking chest. +1 to crossbow mercenaries? What the fuck are crossbow mercenaries?
I like money, please.
Yo. A third person
Erica
in one
bought
day.
Eternal Legend supporter pack from.
Yo, buying a Legends supporter pack. Okay. Thank you for using the Nexus store. Arika? Nailed it. Okay. So, poison and elemental resistance is great. But minion spell critical strike chance would also be really good. Actually cheap for me to use this, so the conversion turns out the same in Canadian dollars, but I pay no 13% sales tax. Sweet. And I get a cut. Fantastic. It's a summoned minion that items summon. There is an item that summons crossbow mercenaries. Mercenaries are minions that are resummoned after a while if they die. Like, huh? It's just, that's George the bowman. Hi George. He's just a dude. He's actually just a dude. Yo, can I get more of them? Okay. So we like poison res. All right, let's see if we can. Huge luck there. And we change it from here to this one to see if I can seal it. It'll either upgrade to tier 5 or seal. Okay, went to 5. That's fine. We're gonna do one on here with the hope. How much Ellie is that? That's 15. That's actually enough. I'm gonna do despair again, hoping to seal the Ellie res. Oh, it didn't seal. Come on, seal. Oh, it still didn't seal. Okay, well, that could have been really, really good, but instead it's just good. It could have been really, really good, but instead it's just good. That attempt 820? Yeah. Yeah, it did. That's all right. Honestly, I'm not really super fussed about the prefixes on this particular piece. It's got the one prefix that mattered. What I was hoping was to get an extra suffix on, which is why I tried to seal this at tier 4, and then I tried to seal this at tier 3 and 5, because what I really wanted was an extra suffix. This one went +1. Bloodbath and Beyond. Thank you for the 23-month resub. So let's see. What can we get here? We could just put attunement on it. Cast speed for totems would be cool, but I've literally only got one shard of it. And that doesn't feel like it's going to be worth using. This isn't quite a forever chest anyway. So I think I'm just going to try and put as much attunement on it as it'll let me. Yeah, we'll just put as much attunement on it as it'll let me. That'll have to do. Give me at least tier 3. Go. Ooh. Ah. Upsetting. That's fine though. So an extra 10 spell damage. 3 attunement. I lose some physical resistance, but I do gain % life. Physical is not overcapped, so it is going to be a bit of an issue. but I gain 10 flat damage and enough Ellie res to cap. Yup. And enough poison res to cap. That's definitely, it's definitely quite good. This thing needs to be replaced. Some chronic. Still fucking magic, but that's fine. Huge. Actually huge though. I want that. This isn't important. This is. There's also items and items with more affixes. So I'm aware of that, but that wasn't like a forever piece anyway, and I didn't want to waste any forging potential if possible, because it's still just a leveling piece, and what I really wanted was just to get a third suffix, which I don't know, I felt like not wasting forging potential on a prefix was maybe the better play, but maybe you're right, maybe it wasn't. Maybe I should have just added like a tier 1 prefix, and then that way I would have had 4 affixes for the ceiling. Maybe that would have been a better plan than what I did. I was thinking just slap a tier 1 on for the higher chance. Yeah. Yo! Okay, that was a pretty good damage up, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can just see the numbers up. That's a good chest. That stuff you just said, can you repeat it in PoE? What? What? Found a way to break the fulcrum build? Okay. That's exactly what my head heard you say. What? Oh, right. Okay. What you mean is, I don't understand what just happened there. Can you tell me what the fuck you just did? Right. Okay. So items in this game get 4 affixes, right? Not 6. 2 prefixes, 2 suffixes. So one of the glyphs you can get, which are not super common, is called Glyph of Despair. It has a chance to seal an affix instead of upgrading it. Sealing an affix is like fracturing it, except it also moves it off the 4 slots onto its own bit, so you can make a 5th stat item. So that's the problem, is it only has a chance to do that. So what I was hoping to do was, when my suffix for either of these res was a decently high tier, right? I was hoping to seal it, yeah, sort of moving it into the implicit tier, so that I could add a 3rd prefix, because it would have been sealed. But it's just a chance to make that happen. And then what we were talking about is, on the Glyph of Despair, it says the chances to seal is higher when crafting on affixes of lower tier. It is also higher for crafting on exalted items and for items with more affixes. So this isn't an exalted item, but what I should have done was slapped a tier 1 attunement on my prefix first, so that it was a full item, and then tried to seal one of the suffixes, and that might have gone better. That's what was suggested. How much of a learning curve is this game starting fresh from PoE and D3 or 4? Oh, there's like no learning curve here. I mean, there's a learning curve, but like comparatively to PoE, there's none. You could start 100% fresh, baby-faced, no idea what you're doing, never looked up a build guide at all. I never watched a single video on it, and you could start on day one launch and have a really good time and still go murder tons of things and still have a really fun experience and not fuck yourself, because all the respecs are basically free. So if you get into like the late game and you start struggling, you can always look something up then and then respec into it. Will I lose EP? Assume you mean like experience respecking? No. Although your skills do down level when you respec them, but they're also like relatively quick to re-level. It's not a very big deal. You also don't have to respec all of your skills at once, right? You just, like, if you want to completely change into a different build, you pick like 1 or 2 supporting skills you've got that you don't really need, and then you can like respec those into the new main skills you're going to have, run like 2 maps, and then be like, okay, cool. Now I can change to that and then respec my like utility and support skills into something else. Right? A Merkware. Thank you very much for the raid. How you doing? What about filters? You definitely don't need one to start, but it is Shift F for the filters. Everything is in game and everything is explained. But you definitely don't need one right at the beginning of your first play. By the time you make it to monoliths, you'll probably want to filter, but it's also like super easy to make your own filter once you get there. It's a little intimidating right at the start, but it's so much easier than you're used to. How's it going? Pretty good. I'm quite enjoying LE. Alright, sweet. So it looks like nobody was able to like break my calendar super easily. So I didn't do anything dumb. I didn't do anything stupid. My calendar should work and should be shareable. Are you enjoying Ellie coming over from PoE? I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I'm probably 500 or 600 hours deep. It does give out your business email. Which one? BalorMage at? Damn it, it should be contact at. That's probably the one problem I need to fix. Oh wait, it's BalorMage at Gmail? That's my spam email. That's not even the one that I fucking... That's not even the one I use for nothing. I think the last time I logged into that, there were 28,000 emails there. They're all just spam. That doesn't even have any of my accounts linked to it. Like, anything that I care about. That's not an email that I use. If you emailed me at that email, I would never see it. It receives roughly 150 emails a day. It's just full of garbage, that one. I would never ever see it. Last time I looked, there were 11,000 unread emails. So it's the dump tab of emails, basically. Anything that's important goes to a proper email address. I don't know what class to play. Pick anything you want. Everything's good. I was hoping that we would never speak of that atrocity here ever again. What, you don't like my 11,000 unread emails, Alexia? No, BalorMage, I do not. Oh, she said my whole name. She's a little bit upset by that, I think. That feels like when you use somebody's whole name in real life. Like, that's the energy that gave off, Flank. Oh yeah, the bug build and the bear builds are both very, very good. I don't know if this will make you feel better. Hang on. I don't know where it went actually. Apparently I'm not logged in. Never mind. Oh, there it is. I am logged in. Cool. Okay, so this one I just haven't checked in 2 days. Which is my bad. I'll read it tomorrow. But The email address that actually matters only looks like that. So that's fine, right? It's been 2 days. So I haven't checked, my bad. But like, that's okay. Oxy, how you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. Come in an insta ad. Yo, people who get like raided in just shouldn't receive an ad break. Viewing such unhinged email management. Okay, you asked for it though. This is the one, right? This is the one that the email that matters. Right? Hang on. This is the email address that I use most of the time for all the garbage that I don't care about. Does that upset anyone, or is anyone bothered by that at all? My old email had 380,000. Jesus. I hate that, but that's the spam email. That's the one that I don't care about. Like, nothing of importance goes there. I suspect that most people have an email that looks like that. They just got hit with so much trash they started ignoring it and made a new one. Right. It's that one. Except it's, instead of deciding to ignore it, I decided to keep it and just use it whenever I was signing up to shit that I knew would send me spam I didn't want. So it's not like connected to my like Twitch account or fucking PayPal or fucking PoE or anything like that. Like, it's not connected to anything important. It's the garbage email. Yeah, it's not the business one. The business one I haven't checked in 2 days, so it's the first one I showed you that has like 20 emails in it. I usually try to check that every day, but I don't always remember. I didn't remember yesterday and I haven't checked it today, so it's got 20 emails in it, but I will check them tonight. Read through what I need and whatnot. But there's only 20 unread there. Junk son of females and trails, and yep. It has led me to like a few annoying things where I'll sign up for something that I think's gonna be trash just to see what the service is like or whatever. And then I'll be like, damn, I actually like this thing. I'm gonna use it. It's now important. And then I have to like go through the process of getting my email changed on whatever system they're in to be like the real email. because suddenly you matter now. But I would rather have that hassle occasionally for the 1 in like 30 things that you sign up for that you actually go, oh, I would use this long term. This is actually important. I'd rather have that hassle occasionally than having 29 irrelevant bullshit emails added to my real email every day. People just spam way too much stuff, man. Like every single account you make anywhere, they're just like, give us your email. We'll only send you 6 emails a day. Fuck off. It's a little bit of minion damage down. Didn't go quite as well as I wanted, but it is gonna almost cap my necrotic. Give me a little bit of, probably cap my void as well. Okay, it's slightly better than what I had. It could have gone a lot better. It used a lot of that thing used a lot of what do you call it, forging potential as it was made. Never mind, didn't see this one. Let's see what we got. Oh, that used a lot. Yikes. I'm not going to use a despair on that now. That used a lot. That's not, nope, that actually used too much. I need the resistances. That's okay. I'll take the shards. I only got 15 of them. Just blow it up. It's fine. What's the highest tier? 7, but 5 that you can craft. 7, 6 and 7 are drop only. Yo, imagine if I was playing a Swarmblade build. That's huge. That would be huge. In fact, if I was in the actual league, I would put that in another tab somewhere. 40 forging potential. Tier 5 Swarmblade and tier 6 health. Like, I would put that in a different tab in case I wanted to play Swarmblade later. I'm not going to bother keeping it right now because this is all like, it's gone to standard in like 2 days, right? Or 3 days or something. Excuse me. So I can't, I'm not bothering to keep shit like that right now. but I would have kept that.
Yes.
I'd keep that too. For what do you call it? LP potential?
Take care.
Or the furnace? Is this a shaman build or druid? It is a shaman. Although you can do this as a druid, but it's a little weaker as a druid. How corruption do you see this going? I mean, I've seen people running around at 400 pretty comfortably. I've not had any aversion to this above 250 personally, but I was also face tanking everything at 250. But also, all the entire balance of the end game, including how quick it is to get corruption and how much that stuff is balanced, is all changing in 1.0 anyway. So, I have no idea what those numbers will mean in the new system level, whatever the hell it is. Patch notes soon. Patch notes tomorrow. Sure about that? Oh, you could be right. It's the 19th, but it's probably the 19th for like them. It's probably the 20th for us. So yeah, you could be right. Do we already know the contents of the first cycle? We do know that there is no league specific content for this cycle. We do not know all of the things that 1.0 entails. Just every day the packness of determined need to shoot starters as the spoon is too rare. Yes. Where are some items and uniques? Alright. I'll tell you what. I can't make any promises. Because lol, executive dysfunction is really playing a problem on me the last few days. But we'll try and start quite a bit earlier. And we'll see if we can go through all the uniques tomorrow. Wait, Fair to say that apart from the empty stash, there's no difference between the standard and the cycle? Yes, except that everybody will be playing in the cycle, and like 8 people will still be playing standard. But otherwise, yes. That will not always be the case, but for now there is no league-specific content. Which item faction are you going with? We're going to go with Circle of Fortune. Should be considered league content because semantics. There's new league. So it's not new league content. The 2 factions should not be considered new league content. The reason for that is they're also going into standard at the same time. So there's no league specific content. There will be no difference to your game at all playing on standard with the characters you already have, or playing in the new fresh league, except that in the new fresh league you won't have a stash tab, you won't have any characters, you won't have, like, it'll be empty, right? That being said, the most exciting part about a league start is the fresh start. So most people are still going to be playing in the cycle, in the cycle 0. I do believe they said that will not always be the case. It's not like there's never going to be league content. It's just for launch, there isn't any league specific content, which doesn't mean there's no new stuff. It's just that the new stuff is also going to standard, right? Bum, 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 bum. I was the other day they said if nothing is broken with the core game, then cycle 1 will have content. Cool. Excuse me, I need that. It's a nice amulet that I would be happy to wear on day one, but I think that the one I have is nicer. Even though this gives me +1 to summon Spriggan and +1 to Spriggan form and some rage generation and some movement speed, I think just 100 crit multi is just better. Ooh. Maybe. It's a ship base though. Okay. Nah, I should just blow it up. I should have just blown it up originally. Good stuff, but not quite good enough. Jesus. What level are you? 82. 218% chance to poison on hit. 100% chance to inflict plague on hit. 138% penetration with plague. 16% more damage over time against enemies inflicted with plague. 20% chance to blind attackers, and 5% of current health drained per second. That looks insane. That actually looks kind of insane. Quite a good roll too. Wow. At least on the chance. Hey everyone. Hi freak. Oh, hello. Poison or necrotic? What am I keeping? I can either keep poison or necrotic. We're keeping necrotic. Turns out. More haste. Thank you. Any swirl hat yet? No. Anticipate. Maybe wants to play the build. I just don't bank on a specific helmet. So you can target farm that helmet. You just need to be prepared to play something else for a little while. There are other options. There are plenty of other things you can do. My understanding is once you get to empowered monoliths, which is what I'm about to hit in a few maps, that you could go and try and target farm the helmet at that point, and that doing so will take somewhere between 4 and 6 hours on average. That is before the Circle of Fortune buffs, and also before whatever balance happens in 1.0, which could change everything. It is one of the rarer items, but not like Mage Blood style rarity. Just like you're not likely, even if the two of you are leveling together, to accidentally stumble across it before you get to empowered monoliths. It's not an incredibly common item. What's the name of the helmet? Can't remember. Make squirrel happen. Herald of the Scurry. There you go. What on earth? +2 to Runic Invocation. 28% of mana spent gained as ward. 31% more damage while using a wand for invocations with Hyo as their first rune. 31% more damage while using a staff for invocations with Gon as their first rune. 31% more damage while using scepters for invocations that have Ra as their first rune. 3% more damage per strength for invocations that have Hyo as their second rune. 3% more damage per dex for invocations that have Gon as their second rune. And 3% more damage per attunement for invocations that have Ra as their second rune. Yeah, I can only imagine the Chads would be very happy if I had dropped that in the actual league. He'd be like, yo, my chest, give me. This game have support builds. Yes. Ildris will be playing a support build. Good news. We were a bit surprised. Ildris and I ran a test almost all the way to monoliths last night, just together. And by around about what, like level 30-ish? He was already like worth being around purely as a support. What's the guy?
Some of this with rice.
No, I'm good. I don't know what the way is, but it looks like dog food.
No, it's do the Chilean that what's his name made it.
I am not hungry at all. Thank you.
Okay. Rice.
Yep, no, that looks like slop that you would feed pigs. I'm good, thanks.
No. No, that's rice.
Okay, if you say so. I'm less hungry after looking at that food. I'm good. Guys, was that rude of me? I get this feeling like I might have just been rude. My bad. It was just as he walked away, I was like, hang on. That did sound a bit maybe that sounded a bit rude. My bad. Oh, thanks, Dad, but enjoy your dog food. I mean, it's a time to make you food and you just called it pig slop. He didn't make it. It came in a container. It wasn't that he prepared it. It wasn't even heated up yet. It was dropped off by someone else and he was asking if I wanted any. I did not just shit on my dad's hard work to prepare me food. It was just dropped off. It was somebody else's preparation. That makes it a bit better. I thought your dad had just made you dinner. No, no. You should text your dad and apologize. No, he's not going to get offended by something like that, even if he did make the food. Ads are off schedule? What do you mean? They're literally currently running. You might not be in an ad break if there are none to serve you. But they are currently running. Wait, that was your own father and you talked to him like that? That was my dad? Yep. I even said thank you. It wasn't dead, he's no longer his son after that exchange. That's one of the more polite exchanges I ever have with my family or friends. And if so was whatever was in that container. Oh man, if you got offended by that, you won't last very long here. You should definitely make it your last time. See you later. That was pretty tame. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, buddy. I don't You called him ugly and said his nose was big. He looks almost exactly like me. I can't call him ugly without insulting myself. Kalern 58, thank you very much for the prime. Very much appreciate it. I'm picking up everything and going back to town to sell it and going back out again. I try really hard not to, just because I don't like vendoring very often. Also, especially while leveling, the amount of gold that you get for vendoring shit is just not at all worth, like, even in the end game. Actually, like, these things are only worth like a few hundred gold each or whatever. Nice. filter for web air, but there's still a lot of crap showing. Tighten it up if you want to. It's very easy to start tightening up. So like open it, for instance, and be like, there's a lot of yellow gear that looks like this that's actually trash, right? So let's say this is the case. You'll look for your rule that has rares in it. And then there's some combinations of things that you can do. You can, if it's got the advanced options on, you can play with this and make it so that it has to be better quality, like higher tiers, or you can make it so it has to have at least 2 different useful things. Or you could go into this affixes list and start unselecting things you don't need. You could be like, I don't want whatever, right? Just start taking off things you don't want. A lot of white items, sure. Hide all white items. You don't need them anymore. What any infos in the guild yet? Exclamation mark LE guild. So on all my filters, there's usually 3 rules. You can do them all in 1 rule. But like this rule here, just hide all normal items. Visibility hide, rarity, normal. Bye. Visibility hide, rarity, magic. Bye. And then in this version, I also hide all rares because I'm showing the rares that matter above it. So I get to hide all the rest of the rares. But you don't have to do that bit. Is there a link for this build? I don't have a personal build guide yet. There are a lot of Thorn Totem build guides around. I definitely do things a bit different than most of the other guides, but I will have one out very soon. In a video? Yeah, that's copying the guide. It's basically just a video of the one on max roll. It's fine. I just don't like it. I think it's doing things wrong. Well, wrong is a strong word. Just not the way I'd prefer to do things. But it's close enough. You can start from there. It's more meant to be a 1-button play. Well, that's the problem. That max roll version is not a 1-button play. They add an extra button in, sacrifice a piece of gear and like 3 different affixes and 4 or 5 points in their skill to gain an extra totem, which does less damage than spamming this totem would do. And really its only benefit is that it gives you 40% move speed. Now, 40% move speed is pretty good. But you're sacrificing quite a lot to get it. And the one thing I don't like is that it makes you push an extra button to get that. And my build's just all about being as lazy as possible. So like I said, it's not wrong. Like the one on max roll isn't wrong. In fact, it's probably objectively better than the way I'm doing it because movement speed is king and it's the only thing that matters is getting to the end of the zone so that you can start the next zone. But I would rather not press an extra button.
Forgive me, Daddy, for I have sinned. It has been cruel 2 months of work and life that I missed on subbing and giving the monthly dose of dad jokes. Now I'm left with a severe case of FOMO, fear of missing out, on all the puntastic fun. It's like missing out on a dad joke buffet. Now I'm just feeling punny about it. See you next month.
Mark Q. Thank you very much for the prime. Hey, Mark Q. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. Get the fuck out. Come on, that's good. Come on, that's a good one. When it becomes apparent. You have a build for your one button build or pretty much followed max roll? I don't have a build guide yet, but I will have very soon. I should have had the video recorded today so that we could like put it up, but I didn't. I will have one very soon. It is somewhat close. Like I started off the max roll one and then was like, this is extra buttons to do less DPS, but move a little bit faster. And I didn't like it. So I made some changes. I also made some minor other changes to the way some of these trees are done. I'll have my own video out soon. What's your build? A thorn totem shaman. Oh, not me, right? Should be ashamed of yourself. I don't know what shame is. Typical streamer thinks everything in chat is about him. Yeah, at least I'm reading chat. When the person telling it is the only one laughing. That's not true. 100% of chat loved that joke. In fact, the people that responded with stuff like "get out" or "you should feel ashamed," those people loved it more. They loved it more. Twig. Thank you very much for the prime. Getting confirmed in law. Stop being right. You should feel ashamed. Problem is they don't know that they love dad jokes until they're fully grown in. Nice. Our run speed's alright now. I'm livid. Do you have a build link? I do not. I will have one soon. It'll be out on YouTube. There's probably a generation or two that have no idea about Roman numerals. That's alright. That joke's old enough. It's not a dad joke. It's a granddad joke. I'm still thinking about that guy who got mad. I don't understand why people think they need to announce their departure. An inflated sense of self-worth. Self-righteousness. I don't know. First 10 levels, what are you rushing? I'll give you the quick TLDR of what I do, which I'm pretty sure is not the most efficient way. It's just the most fun and also lazy way for me. I take this immediately. First node is 1 extra totem. That's all we can handle. If we get more than that, mana's a problem. Rush down here to get the single target one and then 1 pierce. And then rush over here to get this node, which is more range. Right? You're going to start with wolves, which we're just going to take these nodes in this direction for. It's not going to matter. You're not going to get very far in it before you get crows, where you're going to rush out here, max that, and take that. And then you're going to be crows and thorn totems basically forever up until you can get both 1 point in here and 1 point in here in your Spriggan form, which will be your third skill. And that's it. Once you get those 2 points in Spriggan form, this is probably important. Once you get those 2 points in Spriggan form, this one and this one, at least 1 point in each, that's when you're going to hard pivot everything you're doing. Max that and max this to 3 at least. Stop wherever you are in any other progression, because that's the point at which you can become permanent Spriggan form. That's somewhere around like mid 30s is when you become permanent Spriggan form this way. And so then you just want to like max out the amount of totems you've got. And it says +1 to primalist skills. It means every skill? "17 Weaver's Will"? Okay. Sure. No problem. Right. I wasn't expecting to get one more passive in here. I gotta figure out if it's worth going from 40 to 60% armor shred, or from 18 to 20, 32, 36% more damage, but losing a little tiny bit of AoE, or just adding 1 extra totem. I think that you just go a second point in here. It should be relatively easy to work out whether it's worth 1 more totem or... So I have 8 already. Right? I have 8 already. This will bring me from 8 totems to 9 totems. So that is an increase of... What was that? 14% more damage? This will turn an 18% multiplier into a 36% multiplier, which is roughly 16% more damage. It's better. It's better to have this, but it would come with 10% less projectile speed. Numbers wise, it's better to take this. But I think I like the spread. I don't think I want to. I think we'll just go with an extra totem. I think I like the spread enough that it makes that better. You see hear this? Complex, how you doing? We'll go there. Okay. Options for Spriggan would be, I could have another 200 added to my heal. I could make it tankier. Or I could make the constant healing aura stronger. I think I'm going to make the constant healing aura stronger. Yeah. Oh, and you can get more of that. There we go. Nice. Nine totems it is. The computer's built. I'm using it to the laptop. I put word wrong for the front of the case. Yep. Oh. I wasn't. I feel like that shouldn't have killed me that quickly. Yeah, I'm cold capped. Got a reasonable amount of armor. Oh, I'm actually pretty low on actual just life pool. Okay. All right, I have to pay a little more attention then. I'm like, I want around like 2k life in theory. Like flat or hybrid health? Both actually. I wish this was chance to shred physical resistance on hit for you and your minions. A lot of the blessings, like a lot of the blessings, don't affect your minions at all. So like there's like a lot of really cool blessings that just don't, they do nothing at all for minions. That looks like a really cool bow, not gonna lie. 60 flat bow damage, 30 to 50 bow cold damage, 30 to 50 cold spell damage, cold pen, chance to cast icicles on bow hit. That seems really cool. So I've done all 3 of them. I don't think you have to run back to the center here. I think now that all 3 of them are done, if I just go anywhere, like here. I didn't see. I didn't know what was going on. Alexia, thank you very much for the gifted sub. I'm confused. Do I have to go back there or something? Today's just a write-off for you? Yeah. Yeah. Ah, you do have to walk back in the middle, right? To make it do this little cutscene thing. Which explains absolutely nothing. But now it does. Ta-doo! Now it's like I made it to maps, basically. Well, now it's like I made it to red maps, basically. Now I can go choose and then be in the level 100 area. Ta-da! We're in the level 100 area. Yeah, this is like just getting to end game, basically. Oh yeah, the Weaver's adding shit to my thing. Not anything that I care about, but it's adding shit to my thing. Let us put this away just in case I go back to it, which I almost certainly will not. Important, must have this thing. Oh, that's the wrong one. I was not paying attention. Sorry. It was not that one that I wanted to use. It was that one. Damn it. I don't want this garbage piece of shit.
Yes.
Rip. My bad. My bad. That's the wrong one. That was the chance orb one, not the remove a specific stat one. My bad. My bad. Ba-dow. Let's go. What does the aspect of the spider even do? Last 8 seconds and grants 15% more damage to slowed targets. And a 100% chance to slow on hit, but cannot stack. Okay, sure, whatever. It's only going to give it to one of my 9 totems anyway. So that portion's really not important. Feels like copying Pee-wee's homework a little there. 15% more damage to slowed enemies and slows enemies. Aspect of the spider. Yeah, it kind of does, actually. That is basically exactly aspect of the spider. In fact, I didn't even need to look at it. Aspect of the spider does exactly what you think aspect of the spider will do. Exactly that. Hey guys, I just pressed something in last epoch and now I am only seeing myself. There is a hide UI hotkey. I do not remember what the hide UI hotkey is. Not that. There's definitely a hotkey for it. Toggle user interface. Delete? Really? Huh. It's delete, apparently. Did you add something new to this thing or what? Nope, just more increased health regen. That's not really something I care about, to be honest. Bum, 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 bum. Arena key. Arena keys are the only good keys. It's also the worst content. I'd rather run any of those dungeons. The dungeons are actually pretty cool. But the arena keys are worth 2.5k each in gold. And all the other keys are worth 200 for some reason. I don't know why, but they just like decided basically that the 2 dungeon keys are trash. But you can vendor the arena keys for good money. Even though the dungeon keys are cooler. I did hear that they were decoupling gold generation from corruption. So like pushing higher level corruption won't actually make you more gold. Which might make arena keys more relevant just because they're pretty good for a source of gold. That being said, I think you really only have to worry about gold like day 1, potentially day 2. And then you end up with so much gold it doesn't matter. So it might not matter. Whew. Was selling on the bazaar. What do merchant guild ranks do now? You still need them for buying. And presumably a bunch of other stuff as well. This is the one I want. Oh, it didn't do the one I wanted. That's fine. Does this game lack PoE? It's similar. It is an ARPG. There's certainly quite a bit of crossover. They both have aspect of the spider. Okay. Not worth it then.
Yes.
Nah, there's certainly some crossover.
Take care.
Just checking to see any other. I'm not actually sure. Well, so today they posted that they're removing the restriction on selling. Basically, you'll be able to sell anything at any time if you're a merchant guild. At least that's how I understood it. I could be wrong. What was that post today? I only heard it secondhand. I never actually read it. Maybe I should read it before spouting nonsense. It does sound like the responsible thing to do. Just check out the #1 source of factual information on any topic, TikTok. Yo, I don't need to ever open TikTok. That fucking TikTok is not a social media app. TikTok is a time traveler app. Like, I look at the time and I'm like, oh, I've got 10 minutes free. I'll just open my TikTok app and I'll look at like 10 TikToks and I'll close it down. And then I blink, I watch 6 TikToks and it's been an hour and a half. It's a fucking time travel app. I don't know what the fuck happens. Why wouldn't the same happen with MG ranks? Ah, yes. Because as soon as you buy something, it can never be relisted. So it's locked to you.
Yes.
Like it's... When you buy something through the bazaar, it becomes unbazaarable again. Bazaarless? Unbazaarable? That doesn't... It just doesn't sound right. Unbazaarable? That's not... Yeah, it becomes dirty. All sales are final. That's so bizarre. Nice. How bizarre? How bizarre? Ah. Going Circle of Fortune. I'm also going Circle of Fortune. Fucking everybody's going Circle of Fortune. Universe for us or everyone else? Everyone else. Oh, here you go. This'll help. Wait for it. Hang on. I got a thing for you. There you go. The only things on it that is the podcast from this morning and the LE launch, but it will soon have more information on it. Trade will make the game boring. Subjective. Some people feel that way about PoE as well. I mean, I'm also going to be Circle of Fortune, so... In theory, the things that I put on that calendar should be displaying in local time for you, wherever you are. The next thing I got to work out for that calendar is how I handle putting my stream schedule on it. Like, do I just keep it a few days in front? Like, as soon as I get, like, let's say I get a schedule from work for next week, I just put the next week's on there? Or do I put, like, months and months in advance, but then just, like, edit as things come up and change and, like, take days away if I'm going to take a day off, or what? I don't know. I don't know yet. People don't need months in advance. How much in advance would be a good amount? 350 days in advance. Okay. So you still have a job? Unfortunately, yes. I have to have one to be able to afford to live. I do not make enough from content creation yet, but I'm fucking close, man. Like, it's close. It's close. Like, what was that at? 2 days ago, I was at 308 on the, like, I don't know what to call it, true sub count. It might have dropped to 2. Yeah, it's 306 now. Ooh, rough. On the true sub count, if I can stop that from like dropping below 300, we're going to be real fucking close, because I'm going to be in that 70, I'm going to be in that 70-30 split instead of the 50-50 from Twitch. So that'll be huge. When I say like true sub count, for some reason, when it comes like monetization wise to them considering whether you're worth the 70-30 split or not, prime subs and gifted subs don't count. So you have to maintain real recurring subs above 300 for 3 months. And I am like teetering on the edge of that, and I've been there for nearly 2 months. The higher tier subs count more. That's a good question. I think so, but I'm not 100% sure. Planner plus puss widget thing. I actually don't know. That's the first I've heard of that. Is there a way to display that on stream? If there is, I should get that sorted and put it on stream, because that would matter a lot. But yeah, getting that 70-30 split will go a long way towards being like, oh look, an actual livable income. The funny thing to me is still, go and look at my like average stream hours per week over the last year, and then understand that I also work 25 to 30-ish hours a week in real life as well. Just on average. And then be like, those are some busy weeks. Those are some busy weeks.
Here is something to help you get there.
Hey. Frigid Death, thank you very much for the prime. I don't know how you do it. I wasn't expecting to do it for this long, but I mean, you just do it. The answer is you just do it. I'll tell you what you don't do while you're doing these sort of hours. You don't go out and meet anyone. Never gonna find a potential partner going on like this. It has been a little while. I already have plans for how I will divvy up that 30 odd extra hours in my week too. I know exactly what I'll do with that when I can quit my job. I know exactly what I'm going to do with that. I'm going to spend 10 hours a week making content that isn't streaming. So videos, TikTok, shorts, more time to spend in that shit. I'm going to spend an extra probably 7 or so hours streaming as well. So like about an extra hour a day. And then I'm going to take that extra 12 to 13 hours a week that'll just be spare. And I'm going to actually do things like for myself. Like squander it. Yeah. Like I'm going to do some things that like I want to do. I'm just going to, I don't know, go see a movie or something. I visit a friend. I go do something. Anything. Do anything. I know one thing I want to do. I want to take a improv course. I really want to take an improv course. I think that would be really, really fun. I want to do that.
Yes. Take care.
Last time you booked one of those courses, we got COVID. Yes. Yes. If I finally book to go to improv courses again and COVID shuts the whole world down again, I'm never ever booking an improv course again. I don't know, man. I just want to leave the house and do some stuff with people in real life. Not like a lot of stuff. I don't want to suddenly be a social butterfly. I still don't like people, but just like a little tiny bit. Just like a little tiny bit of human interaction. Like maybe like one social event like every 2 weeks that involves in some manner another human being touching me. Just even like a handshake. Like just some sort of physical contact of any kind. I miss physical contact. Not even in like an inappropriate way. Just any amount of physical contact. My favorite part about getting my nails done is that the nail tech lady sort of holds your hand while you do it. Good lord, you're isolated. I've been this isolated for a few years now. It's a problem. It's a problem. But like, what am I going to do? I need to pay bills. The only other option is make less content, stream less, be around less. That's not an option. Can't do that. That is not an option. I wish I set that up as a trackable link to see how many people clicked it whenever it was done as a command. I didn't. It's just a normal standard tiny URL thing. It's not I didn't set it up as like a thing I could track. I should have though. Parent Disney gets a lot of clicks. Wait, does he have an OnlyFans command, like as a joke like this? Or like a real one? He hasn't done his socials. I'm not gonna lie, I would definitely click on a pirate's OnlyFans link. I would definitely click on that. I would click that so fast, right? I'd absolutely click that. More or less than if Mathel put one out. Like, I'm aware that Mathel is a very attractive dude. That isn't the kind of body I'm interested in from a man. It's just not my particular tastes. He's very good looking, but it's not for me. Your Twitter responses say differently. Okay, but I'm allowed to thirst a little bit. I'm allowed to like thirst a little bit after somebody I wouldn't actually hook up with given the chance, right? Like you can be like, this is very attractive. It's also not for me, but it's also very attractive. Also, like, I don't get to thirst inappropriately on like female accounts without looking like a creep. You can only do that to male accounts without looking like a creep. Even when they're people you know who would be very comfortable with it, who are like putting out that style of content and would be perfectly fine with it, I still can't do those sort of comments on the internet because they're seen by other people. Jesus, 221% minion health. 221? It rolls up to 230% and it's only tier 6. That's a lot out of one affix. I mean, it's not a stat I actually want, but that's a lot out of one affix. Jesus. Are there any exploding minions in LE? Several. I don't know if there are any exploding based on their health pools. I don't know if that's a thing or not. Zombies and ballistas? Okay, it is. Sweet. SA build least time here we with. Wait, the zombie. You're talking about the marionette? There's basically a marionette build? Huh. That sounds cool. Well, those aren't particularly great Weaver's Will stats for my build, to be honest. 45% all resistances while channeling. Health regen, which is not something I have a lot of anyway. And damage over time, which is irrelevant. Rip. Does that be popping up mean? Oh, so that's this. It had 15 to begin with, Weaver's Will. There's like two things that can happen to unique items. This one, legendary potential, and Weaver's Will. Weaver's Will. Weaver's Will is one I've got on right now, which as you slay enemies with this item equipped, the Weaver will gradually rebuild it, granting it new random affixes and upgrading them. Each new affix tier costs 1 Weaver's Will. No more than 4 affixes can be added. So it's just randomly going to put extra stats on. Up to however many will. This one had 15, so it has 15 total tiers that it'll add over time as I'm just killing stuff. Didn't happen to hit anything cool. But it could have. And then the second thing is legendary potential. Unfortunately, they can't happen at the same time. Legendary potential comes in 1 to 4, or more realistically 1 or 2. You're probably never going to see a 4, but technically it can be in 4. And what that does is it lets you basically slam a rare item onto it, so long as it has a purple affix. So anything that's exalted with 4 affixes, you can slam that as long as it's the same type of item. So a chest can go on a chest, a two-handed axe can go on a two-handed axe, a one-handed mace can go on a one-handed mace, any boots can go on any boots, etc. And it will take, if it's legendary potential 1, it'll take one of those 4 items randomly, one of those 4 stats, and apply it on top of that unique. If it's LP2, it'll take 2 stats at random. If it's LP4, it'll take all 4 stats, because it's technically still random, but there are 4 stats on an item, and legendary potential of 4 would mean it would be an entire rare item on top of your unique. But also, you'll probably never see a legendary potential 4 item. Dreadful's played a shitload. How many legendary potential 4 items have you ever seen? I would not be surprised if the answer is 0. They are very, very rare. How much RMT do you think will go on with the addition of trading? Not a lot, to be honest, because locking everything with being tradable only once makes stuff like that a lot harder to do. Residents rather than bazaar. Yeah, probably. Gold selling though. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, things like that tend to just not concern me, because like, well, I can't do anything about it. So I just tend to not care. But at the same time, there'll be a lot less here than there is in a lot of other games because it's got a price tag associated with it. So let's say most gold and RMT stuff comes from botters. It starts with botters. Right? Well, if you have to pay $35 per account, and you go and spend $350 making 10 botting accounts to start botting gold, and then they all get banned next week, it's going to eat into profits quite a lot. Those kind of people only care about profits usually, which doesn't mean it won't be done at all. It just means it's probably more efficient to bot in other games that don't have a cost associated with opening an account. So it won't mean zero, but it'll certainly mean that the problem is less meaningful here, or less of a problem here than it would be in something like PoE, but you can just make infinite accounts for free. Or something like World of Warcraft, where you do have to pay for the account, but the market is so much huger and the amount of people playing it is so much bigger that the profit margins are much, much, much larger. Right? It doesn't mean it'll be nothing. It just means it'll be less of a problem here than in a lot of other games. Blizzard doesn't care about bots anyway. Turns out that they really do. What's his name used to work for Blizzard, went through explaining a bunch of the things that they do and like the things that the reasons they do them and shit. What's this game's end bosses, any Ubers and stuff? I'm probably not the right person to ask. I'm really only super familiar with this monolith system, and I'm not even super familiar with it. And this is basically the equivalent of mapping. There are 3 dungeons as well. Somebody said something a bunch about like a tier 4 something or other, which I don't know what that means, like some sort of boss. But there are definitely not like Ubers yet or anything. I'm sure there will be a lot more endgame content over time. Any chance you guys would talk to the LE devs on Faded? I mean, I'd love to. I'd love to. I don't know whether I'm supposed to do this to reset the echo and gain corruption before I do the boss, or whether I do the boss first and then reset the echo and gain corruption. Was someone getting banned for botting while on tour at Blizzard because his account was literally botting at that exact moment? I do remember that story. What is the stance on multi-boxing? I actually have no idea. I wonder if Thorn Totems will be buffed on launch. Technically right now, Thorn Totems has been nerfed with all the information we've currently got. Only slightly, not in a way that's relevant or that I really care about, but technically. There could be plenty more. There could be plenty of changes. There could be new uniques. There could be buffs. I don't know. But there's no 5th skill for this build that's good. There just isn't one. You can go out of your way like 6 different ways and add Storm Totem into your build and get the 40% movement speed. That's really nice. 40% movement speed is great, but it is a lot of investment to get that. I don't want to do it because it involves extra buttons and quite a bit of investment. I don't think it's the right choice. You can put in a bear as your 5th skill and have it shred armor somewhere. There's like an armor shred portion that you can put in. You could have the same type of deal with the crow here, who could also armor shred. That is an option. Both of those options require you to go from 2 Spriggans, which is what I like having, to 1 Spriggan, which is half the healing auras, half the recovery, half the roots. So I don't really love those options either, personally. And then there is what I'm doing right now, which is what I think is the current best option, which is Icy Thorns. Icy Thorns is not used to do any damage or care about its damage component at all. Icy Thorns now creates a thorn barrier for 1 second before releasing, granting you armor. So it's 140 flat armor before any investment. We've got more duration on it, and we've got a 40% chance on getting hit. That's the current 5th best skill in my opinion. It's gone. In 1.0, there is no Ice Thorns anymore. The new skill that took its place isn't usable for us in any way in Spriggan form. There is also a new totem that's getting added to Shaman, which looks like a very cool totem. However, you can only have 3 of them. It's part of a spec of one of their attacks or the new ability or whatever it is. And you can't use it in Spriggan form, which means it's also useless for the Thorn Totem build, which means we got our best option taken away and nothing to replace it. So I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do with that yet. But we don't have the full skill trees yet, so there could be more stuff changing. We don't have the new list of uniques, so there could be uniques that change the way things work. There could be any amount of things added. We don't know. So with our current information, technically, Thorn Totems got slightly nerfed. How do max totems work? They are separate. Each totem has their own maximum totem. Is per skill. So like right now I can drop a storm totem. I can drop like 6 of these, right? Hang on. 6 of these and a storm totem, and I could change into here, and I could place all these at the same time. They don't like overlap. So they're like all temporarily down. What about getting a frenzy totem? But the problem is the same problem as always. Where is the frenzy totem? Oh, well, first of all, the frenzy totem's locked behind there. But even if it wasn't, it's about what can be used in Spriggan form. Is there a way to get this in Spriggan form? Right? Like I can't, there's one way to automatically proc Storm Totem in Spriggan form, but you have to give up this item, and then you have to give up something else. You have to give up that item, then you have to press another button that you don't have to press for any other reason, and then you have to come over here and take these points as well, which means I'm also giving up some thorns, duration, or armor percent increase and flat. Like, the new skills are really good, they're just not for this build right now. And they involve... Sorry, the new skills are good, they're just not for this build. The storm totem thing is giving up a few extra points in utility, 1 gear slot, and also pressing another button. A button I don't even have hotkeyed. This button. Hey, old gnome. Thank you very much for the raid. Also, hi. What I really want is a unique that will drop one of those new totems whenever I cast healing totems. So that instead of dropping 3 totems every cast, I drop 3 healing totems and 1 of the new totems every cast. That would be really fucking cool. Like, really cool. I would enjoy it immensely. Ooh. Ring? Yeah, that's the ring. That's the ring I want. Fuck yeah. That's the ring. Good amount of crit multi on it as well. Not the worst. Great minion damage roll. Huge. Huge. The only real question is, do I even bother keeping this? I mean, it's 7% movement speed, but like... more than that, I guess. It's a pretty decent amount of movement speed, but like I can use both, but then this one's like really good as well. I think I just don't need that. So that means I get a movement skill. That ring is a movement skill. I just put my thorns on cooldown, but now I can go bloop. Bloop. It's fantastic. No changes. It's hard to tell what effect that'll be. Yeah, we have like no idea whether it's going to be Easier, harder, significantly harder, just a little bit harder, just a little bit easier. I have no idea. You don't want the key? No. I actually do not. Oh, that's right. I was like, why is it taking no damage? Right, it's taking no damage because you got to go around and kill all these soul vessels first. There we go. Now it's taking damage. It even says on the mob, invulnerable until soul vessels are destroyed. It also pings the minimap with the location. Yeah, it's actually like really obvious. It's silly that I missed it. I mean, I'm just going to take 9% XP. No bases. Yes. That one doesn't, but that's not the one I use. These ones do. Just I have no idea. Yoga stool and yoga ball. No. Nope. They were not mine. Right. I'll be back in just a second. I did order, I don't know how long it'll take to get here, but I did order one of those little walking treadmill things. Right, I'll be back in a second. Oh. Whew. God damn it. Plague Zach, thank you very much for the raid. Also Castmaster, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Anyone know how he gets 2 of the little guys? Yeah, I do. You get 1 by default, and then you get the second one here. You summon an additional Spriggan when you enter Spriggan form, which does not count towards your Spriggan limit. It does count towards your companion limit. Bum, 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 bum. Let's go. Yo, look at the density in that pack right there. Suddenly I want another Pierce. I actually needed another Pierce for that pack. Do, 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 do. Alright, I need it to launch. I'm ready. I want to play this 1.0. It's time, guys. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm not ready, actually. I need to make like some videos and shit. But I'm ready though. Just 4 more days and 20 billion changes after the patch notes. As a gamer, I'm ready to start fucking now. Like, give me the patch notes in like 10 minutes to read them. I'm good to go. As a content creator, I've been slack and problematic and need to make some videos. But like, as a gamer, I'm ready to start right now. Didn't they say the notes was like 60 pages long? Yeah. That was like a week or two ago. It could be much larger than that now. Absolutely. Doesn't matter when you can't read. True. I'm like instantly gonna start looking for like anything, hopefully, that they've like given us back for this Spriggan form build, because look, it's fine. Like, it doesn't matter. This skill is pretty unimpactful. The Ice Thorns is the 5th skill. But it is currently the best 5th skill for this build. And it's gone. And they didn't give us any replacement. And I would really like something else to put there that's worth using. Like, I can default back to the Storm Totem thing everybody else is using, but that's like... it's really not a good option. It's really just 40% movement speed, which is good. It just... like, I want something better. Pros, unfortunately both my Spriggans are companions. My default companion limit is 2, so there is no room. 40% movement speed is pretty good. It is, but you do have to sacrifice 3 passive points in your Spriggan tree, as well as a piece of gear to get it, and it's a damage down compared to not using the totem. So it's a slight damage loss with some investment in both your gear and your skill tree to get 40% movement speed, which again isn't bad. 40% movement speed is really good, but it's also another button you have to press. And like, half the reason I love this build is because there's no extra buttons. So like, it's not a bad option. It's just not the option I want. I want automation. I want full automation, which I've got right now, but I won't have in 1.0. Don't play Rune Master. Yeah, I didn't even make it to I didn't even make it to monoliths on my Rune Master. I was like, this is really, really cool, but not for me. I was just like, it's a very cool skill. If you're like a good gamer, you should definitely give Rune Master a go. It's a fucking great idea and it's super fun and engaging, but also there's too many buttons for me. Sorry, buddy. Bye. The only reason I'm playing Ice Thorns is for the automation, because it is pretty shit. No, Ice Thorn is also pretty shit. Like, I'm not sad to lose Ice Thorns. In my opinion, every single 5th skill option for this build, all shit. Every single one of them. What we're doing when people make the decision on what 5th skill to use is they're just picking what they perceive as the least shit option. But all of them are shit. Every 5th skill is trash. For this build, they're all bad. To be entirely honest, if you didn't have a 5th skill, it would barely be any different at all. So, I was just hoping that there would be a 5th skill that we were excited to use. That's all. I haven't been able to confirm anywhere that my 2 Spriggans actually stack. That I actually have 2 healing auras. I haven't been able to confirm it anywhere. But every single time I find myself dying, there's only 1 Spriggan out, and it feels vastly different to have just 1 Spriggan instead of 2. Like, you feel way more tanky. So I have to assume it works. Also, when you have 2 Spriggans out, they hardly ever die. Like, they feel like they're nearly immortal. The devs added some cool Tempest totems, but the Spriggans can't use them. Yeah, the Tempest totems look really cool, but I can't use them in Spriggan form at all. So they're just not for this build. There's just nothing for Spriggan form. There just isn't any other skill. Is 2 Spriggans clearly intended in the skill tree? Might be patched. It is clearly intended in the skill tree to have 2 Spriggans. It's not like a bug or anything. It's here in this node. You summon an additional Spriggan when you enter Spriggan form, which does not count towards your Spriggan limit, but does count towards your companion limit. So with this double Spriggan setup, I can't use any other minions. It seems very strong. It is. It is definitely very strong. Whatever. Let's see what we got. Anything? Are there spammable minions in Ellery like SRSs? Yes, absolutely. At least 2 different kinds in the Necromancer. There might be more after that. Main skill, is it okay to go Druid as my mastery? Like, it's okay in the way of it'll still work, but okay, let's have a look here real quick. So past the line in Druid, the only node that we actually want is this one, which is minion physical spell damage 1 per point. There's 10 there, so you can get 10 flat damage. Right? That's it. That's all we want from further in here. And all you get from being a druid is 20% increased health, which is not nothing. But there's 1 point. There's 1 passive node we care about. It's 10 flat damage for 10 points, and you get 20% life. When you're a shaman, you get -5 to totem mana cost, 10 flat attunement, 50% elemental resistance while you control the totem. You get this node here, which is elemental resist and physical resist per totem active. You get this node, which is 16 spell damage for 8 points. Right? And up the end here, eventually, you can take the totems cannot be stunned node just for 1 point, which will make a pretty big difference later on. There's nothing else in the back here we want. There's maybe attunement points, but probably just not gonna have enough points for that anyway. So either way, the back half of both are a little bit like, not super great, but shaman is easily twice as good. All the important nodes are in the front half of the skill trees anyway. So it's just that the shaman back nodes are easily twice as good, even though there's still not many of them. And the passive bonus here actually matters, right? Like 10 attunement, it's all attunement scaling, -5 mana, 50 all res, or 20% increase health, which is just like one chest roll worth of health. That's it. So there's just, can you do it as a druid? Sure. But it'll just be worse in every way. Like you'll just be weaker and slower and have mana problems. There's attunement. Attunement is a stat. Strength, dex, int, attunement, vitality. They do it because entangling roots is the 5th skill. So that used to work. A few patches ago, I don't know when, these summon Spriggans used to use entangling roots instead of ensnaring roots. It got changed from entangling roots to ensnaring roots at some point, and so now it's just a skill you'd be manually casting yourself. Like it's not, they can't use it. This is like their own skill now instead of that skill. I was thinking you were being just super sloppy about your resistances. Oh, because when you open it up, you're like, oh, your resistances are pretty shit. Yeah, but then you change into place totems down and then ta-da. Which, like, when am I going to have 0 totems, right? Use it myself while in Spriggan form. That's right. There's a way to make it cast when you cast something, right? Forget where. Top right from Spriggan. Ah, there it is. Yep. Cast entangling roots with your spirit thorns, which is that one. It'd be another button to press. It wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't mind having that ability, actually. Like, that would be a good ability to have. I just don't think that ability is worth taking druid over shaman when you've got like 16 flat for 8 points instead of 10 for 10 points. And then this node, which is great, and the stun immunity, which is great, all coming out of here, as well as in here, which I will get earlier, is a bunch more flat, which is what's going to push me up to the stun immunity. That plus this, I think, is just worth more than having entangling roots. Opponent's support is weirdly split between druid and shaman. It just needs like a little bit of extra in shaman. It just needs a little bit of something in shaman. I need a 5th skill. I really need a 5th skill. Like, ideally, you want several 5th skills so that there are options, so you feel like you're making decisions. Whereas as it stands right now, the difference between just having no 5th skill at all and picking one of the very few options that we have that are all trash is practically unnoticeable. Like, it's nearly impossible to tell whether you've even got a 5th skill on or not. Like, they're all garbage. That being said, the build is still really, really smooth and really, really strong. So like, maybe they're worried if they give it a 5th skill, it'll be too good. I don't know. Something like Storm Totem becomes permanent is attached to you. Yeah. 50% chance when I summon a healing totem that I also summon one of those new totems, and then let me spec into them as a full totem spec and bring them into the totem build or whatever. Or Spirit Thorns is just replaced with Summon Storm Totem while in Spriggan form. That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool. Or the new totem. The new totem would also be cool. I'm gonna Maelstrom and use the charms that autocast it. That was on my list of options. I believe it's also a shit option, but they're all shit options. So like, okay, sure, that is another option. Yep. This build is B tier on max roll. Yeah, it's because they build it like it's a B tier build. I don't like the way they build it. This way's better. Also, the way I tier builds is different from them. They tend to tier builds based on the like objective power of a build. And I tend to tier builds by how smooth they are to play. I value smoothness above all else. My builds are not ever built to be the most tanky or the most DPS on paper. I try and get tank and DPS where I can, but what I don't want to sacrifice is, under any circumstance, is smoothness and laziness of the build. I want it to be super smooth and I want it to be super lazy. And this is the most lazy build I could find. Okay, I'm literally getting too many exalted items already. This is a problem. My loot filter isn't going to be able to show all exalted items, is it? There's actually too many. Playing with a controller? I am. I do all my inventory management and stuff like that with a mouse and keyboard. In-game support or something external? No, it's in-game. They just register controller support. That's great. I love that. Yeah, me too. You might notice if you've seen any of my content in the past that I am usually wearing these compression gloves. It's because my hands are bad and they hurt, and playing video games a lot hurts my hands even more. So whenever I get to play a video game with a controller and have it be good enough, even if it's not 100% as good as a keyboard and mouse, I will take it because it's just so much easier. I can play video games all day on a controller and it doesn't hurt my hand, but like 4 or 5 hours in, my hands start to hurt using keyboard and mouse all the time. Specifically the mouse more than the keyboard. Try a different mouse shape. Oh, I've tried hundreds. Okay, not hundreds. I've tried at least like 30 different mice though. This build made for controller and or Steam Deck. I don't know how the Steam Deck goes, but yes, this build is fantastic for a controller. Can you have rules in a filter that are disabled and commented out? Hide off class equipable items? Yeah, absolutely. You could just it's literally right there. See that little tick? There's a rule here that would show way more rares, but I don't want them anymore, so I just unticked it instead of... They're still there. I can turn it back on whenever I wanted. I know I should leave immediately, but whenever I see these rogue exiles over here, I have to go kill them. Sorry, these exiled mages. Okay. They're rogue exiles though. Them essences. They're also kind of essences. Chasing the sword from them. I didn't even know that they had uniques attached to them, to be honest. Doing Warlock on release. Yes. Warlock and Falconer, the last two classes, are both coming out with release. Four crit. Four crit instead of 3 crit. Good shit. Collects the mods from items you shatter in the forge with it. Oh yeah. I do know that one. Right, my bad. I do know that one. Let's see. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Anticipation, I am unequipping my weapon anytime I smash junk. That's probably a good habit to get into if you plan on using that weapon.
Take care.
That should be actually quite a bit more damage. That's basically an extra 4% base crit. I don't think there's a way for me to tell for sure, but I think I'm getting close to crit cap now. Like, there's no tooltip that like lets me know. We don't have like any minion stats in the whole game because apparently that's impossible for ARPGs to provide. Just any of them, not just LE. This is the 4-ball set. I don't even remember which one that is. Have a look in a second. Everyone is good for totems. Oh, I had seen that. It didn't look terrible. I think because it can't have any like LP or anything, that it's probably not a forever set, but I think if you got it early enough, you would definitely wear it for a little bit. Like, I don't think it's bad. I tell you what, I would never turn down more plus levels to my totem skill though. Well, maybe not never. How many more levels would I use? I'm 23 now. I would probably only take one more point in this, even if I had unlimited points. Because I don't want to lose more than 10% more projectile speed. one more pierce wouldn't be bad either, but I don't think I would need a fourth one. More armor shred would be okay, but definitely not worth a lot. I think like 25 would be my goal. Not that more levels after that would be bad. It's just that up to 25, I'm really excited to spend another point in there. And then past 25, it's just like, okay, that's a little buff. It's fine. So it would depend on like opportunity cost, right? Like if it's, I think I could pretty easily get 2 more levels, but getting more levels than that is going to like cost me something that isn't worth as much as what I get out of it, probably. I've been using the Omen of Thunder Belt. I don't remember what that one is either. I mean, I'm not right now, because this is like a solo self-found run. I haven't found anything for my belt slot yet. Thank you, guide, for your version. I'm liking yours well in the max roll. Yes, I will have a guide for my version of this. I am fully prepared for all of the YouTube comments to just be like, you're copying other people's builds, even though it's different. And even though I spent like 2.5 weeks working on it and figuring out what I liked more. Fully prepared, just gonna do it anyway. I got one of those recently. Yeah, it seems to happen a lot. Someone said I stole Dread's build and Dread had not even played it. I got the best one in PoE about a 1.5 years ago or so. I got accused of stealing a build. And then they said where they originally saw the build and that it was like over a year old. And so we went looking, and the build they were referencing was my build from 1.5 years ago with a different webcam and a worse microphone and a shaved face. But it was me. Like, shit content creator steals builds from other people. It's just a baby-faced version of me. Shaved face, shitter webcam, worse microphone, so my voice sounded a little bit different, but it was me. It was my build. That was my favorite. That was my absolute favorite. I stole it from myself. That was great. I miss that. It's like, I say it was 1.5 years ago. With my understanding of time, that means anywhere from 6 months to 3 years-ish. Somewhere in that vicinity. I laughed about how absurd people were. Yeah. Yo. I'm so sorry, Shads. I found your chest and potentially your weapon. What a fucking time stretch. Yeah. Yeah, look, I have no understanding of the passage of time. Like if I say something just happened, it could have happened earlier today or 1 year ago. Like it, like I don't have any concept on the passage of time at all. hang on. So base is shit. It's 6 flat spell damage minus 6, but then 50 to 55 spell damage plus 1 to 3 levels of rune bolt plus 5. Wait, 1 to 5 plus 5 levels of rune bolt. Rune bolt's element always matches the last skill you used directly that had a single element tag. Rune bolts that have a different element to the last rune bolt you cast grant you a stack of numeromancy up to 5 and refresh the duration of existing stacks. Plus 5 spell damage per stack of numeromancy. 5% increased cast speed per stack of neuromancy. Neuromancy, where is that listed? It isn't. It's just last 5 seconds. Okay, so it just does that. You can just shorten that to Runemaster OP. This thing even has a legendary potential on it. Okay. I just wanted to let you know that you're... well, there's no accounting for taste, I guess. But thank you.
Yes.
I disagree. Just gonna offend to that. It's useless in standard. Shads doesn't want it in a standard playthrough.
Take care.
I like the body armor that gives 3% more damage for 1 attribute. Per attribute? That's what the fuck is that? Destroys the vessel of memory in this echo and restores completed echoes in this web back to their original state, allowing you to complete them again and claim their reward for a second time. Oh, I remember this. It just, I swear it looked different. I remember this effect. I remember this effect, but I swear it didn't look like that. I don't actually care about it either, so I'm just gonna go up this way. But the chest I got earlier? I think so. I'm getting all of Shad's like really good gear in this like just practice run in standard league. I'll try and make sure I get them to drop again when we're actually playing. COF for sure. MG or COF? We're COF, all of us. There's nobody in my group that's going to be starting to play that gives a shit about the Bazaar at all. We're all looking at COF going, yo! What is MG and COF? Merchant Guild or Circle of Fortune? Which is basically where Merchant Guild has access to the Bazaar and Circle of Fortune has increased drop rates and like just basically magic find stuff. But you can't trade on the Bazaar. It's not, however, solo self-found. It is not the solo self-found faction. Because I'm literally starting in a group. We're going to play together. We're going to be able to trade with each other because of just the party system and also resonance. but we're not going to be able to use the auction house. Circle of friends. Yo, I love that. I love that. Circle of friends. That's great. Earth has no trading. It's gifting. Okay, but that's just semantics for no reason. Quick question on an impale build, which happens more often. Impale build. Is impale a thing in Last Epoch that I don't know about? Because I know quite a lot about this exact build and everything pertaining to it, and practically nothing about anything that's relevant to my current build. So if this is a Last Epoch question, I don't have the right answers. So Nag, could you repeat it? What it was? I just right that second. Well, the ads have been finished for a few minutes. Yeah. Oh, PoE. Oh, okay. Well, now we're in my wheelhouse. Okay, let me reread that question, but with PoE in mind. Quick question on an impale build, which happens more often than you get stacks, but you can't proc them, or the opposite. Okay, I still don't understand the question. Are you asking what happens when you get more than 100% chance to impale? Is that what you're asking? Nothing. 110 or 150% is the exact same as having 100. It's wasted. You still only put one impale on per hit. And if you get multiple sources to proc them, so like the source that procs it will also apply its own impale, and that impale number, if you're using like a secondary thing to proc more impales, the impale that the secondary skill puts on will also be significantly weaker than your main skill, and then your main skill will be proccing that weaker impale as well. Another 4 crit. Where's that 3-1? There it is. Fuck you, buddy. Claw with wolves, for example, the wolf could proc your impale. Right, okay, so how do I explain it? That's not good. But I need more explanation in that. Okay, I know how to do this. Okay, so just say, just for the sake of it, we're gonna say you have like, I don't know, 5 impales, right? So we're gonna go like this, and then we're gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this will work on any number, right? As if you have 5, you hit, you impale, it lasts 5 times, right? So what happens normally is that it looks like this, right? And that just keeps going. So your ramp up happens 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now there are 5 impales. This is your maximum amount of damage. If it's 10 max impales, then it takes you 10 hits to get it. If it's whatever, right? So all these are individual stored amounts of damage that proc on hit. If you use a secondary source, like a minion who can't apply their own impale to proc your impales faster, then what'll happen is this one moves over to here because you didn't imply a new impale. And then you end up with a line that is your minion's damage that didn't apply its own impale. It used these 4, but didn't apply you a new one. So now you've like offset your damage, and your next 5 hits only have 4 impales stored instead of 5 until you reach that cap again. And if your minion attacks again at a different node, it's going to offset that again. So while your other sources could proc the stored impales, it doesn't actually result in more damage. Even if you give your minions the ability to impale, their damage is going to be significantly lower than yours if you're stacking your own impale, to the point where it might as well not even be there. Also, your maximum impale stacks are probably going to be higher than your minions. When you gain maximum impale stacks, they apply to your character, not to your minions. So even if you got a way to add them to yourself, there would already be 8 or 10 impales on a mob. So even though your minion used one up by attacking, it wouldn't be able to apply its own because it would already be over its cap. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. PhD in Impale? It's more like a PhD in Path of Exile.
Yes.
Do you want a shit ton of hits like Cyclone? Usually, unless you're using the notable that's down the bottom of the tree that implies 5 at once, but that's a whole different thing. Usually you just want a lot of hits. And mostly a lot of hits with your main attack, like your main supported attack. You don't want like extra things proccing to get like more hits in. You want all of those hits to be from stuff that matters. Right? Like from attacks that matter. Taking dual strike of ambidexterity. Get a paradoxia and solo self-found. So the paradoxia is good. That'll help with impale. It's really nice. It also helps you stack up to your max DPS quicker, which is great. I don't actually know what dual strike of ambidexterity even does. Like melee in general is probably my weakest point about PoE, which you might not think, considering I just like very well described impale, which is a mechanic I don't even care for because it's melee. But ambidexterity dual strike, I literally don't even remember what it does. spell impale is also a thing. It is. It is. That's actually why I know why how impale works, is because it could work with spells, and then that got me interested enough to go, okay, I'm gonna learn about impale and see if I can make something good with it. Spoiler, you can. It's decent. Good, but not fantastic, just good. And that is the end of all the points we put in Beastmaster. I think that's all the points we put in here too, really. I think 7% per point's just not really... It's not the worst. I think I'm better off just being in Shaman from here out. I only need the 1 point in that. I think this is the time where we take these two that don't matter as travels to get here. 5 points for 10 lightning spell damage. More flat is huge. It'll give us another 12 points in here, which will bring us to 46. Do you see this game surviving PoE 2 beta launch in June? I don't know what that means, surviving. I don't see these two games as competition. And I mean, I guess you could make an argument that they're in competition, but realistically, both the companies are very friendly with each other, and the devs teams are also very friendly with each other. And the dev team of 11th Hour Gaming have every intention of scheduling their league launches around PoE, at least somewhat, so that they do not overlap. So that we'll be able to do the league launch of both games. So I don't see the success or failure of either game affecting the other one negatively. But I do see the success of either game affecting the other one positively. In the instance of, as more people, let's say a much wider audience is drawn to PoE 2, during the downtime, those people suddenly interested in ARPGs that weren't in the past will be looking for somewhere else to play while there's downtime. And the same for Last Epoch. People who are dragged into Last Epoch as it launches and go, yo, this is actually really good, during the end of those leagues and the downtime associated with that, will be like, I wonder if there are other ARPGs around. They will certainly influence each other in certain ways, but like, I don't think that one, look, if Last Epoch fails, which I don't see any chance of it happening, but if that does happen, it'll be because they fuck it up, not because it died because of GGG's new game. It'll be the exact same reason why Diablo fails if it's going to. It's not because PoE killed it, it's because Diablo killed it. And if PoE ever dies, it's going to be the same reason. If PoE somehow dies, the only people that kill PoE is grinding gear games. Like that's just it's just how it is. Like it'll either be okay or it won't be. Hey, Tanky might know the answer to this. Right here, early progression, just got here. Do I go here and kill this dude to get my 18 corruption first and then kill the boss? Or do I kill the boss and then get my 18 corruption? boss first. Okay. For the gaze of Orbis. What is that? That gives me, oh, that gives me more corruption, right? That's what that does. Right, that makes sense. Oh, hey, I thought I dodged that. You're not allowed to hit me with shit. That's not how we plan that. Man, look at those clear indicators. The place is not to stand. I love it. So is this Thorn Totem's Shaman? Yep. Okay, these are all trash. I don't want any of these at all. I guess I'll take 81 shit dodge. But they're all garbage. So technically I don't even want to be here anymore. What I want to do is go to the place where rings summoned. The only reason I was doing this is because I didn't have a reward in this area at all, and I figured I should have a reward. I want to go where the belt drops, which is there, I believe. But I think it matters slightly that I should go here and do that first and then go, because this gives me a bunch of extra corruption. Not a lot, but like a little bit extra corruption, and then that'll apply something about a catch-up mechanic to the next one. Well, whatever. Let's just do it. We'll just do it. Morning, Lupus. Side note, I fucking love this boss, by the way. If anyone hasn't done any of these before, I don't know how many there are, but there are a whole bunch of different skills that this boss can have. And he gets like a random set of them every time that you fight him. So I don't know how many combinations of skills there are, But the fight has like a ton of different variants in them, and they're all well indicated enough that even the first time you see them, you know where you're supposed to stand and what you're not supposed to get hit by on every single version. But there's like a ton of them. There's like a ton of different things. Woohoo! And then, now that we've got something everywhere, damage increase to spam the totem. Yes. It's a pretty decent one too. I'm gonna be honest, I keep forgetting about that. But yes. Ellie login. Yo, is that like an emote someone made? I'm excited, but not to get up at 3 a.m. excited. Oh, I'm also not getting up at 3 a.m. I believe I'm starting at roughly 8 a.m. my time, which is 6 for Shads and 9 for Eldritch. So we're good to do that. We're not getting up at 3 a.m. Also, like, it's their first launch ever. Like, what are the chances that, like, between 3 and 8 a.m. the servers are, like, smooth as fuck and it's great that whole time? What are the chances of that? Like, they're probably not great, right? Like, it's their first launch ever. Like, if I get up at 8 instead of 3... that gives them 5 hours to sort out the servers. Like I don't know. I feel pretty good about that. And it was a great time at 6 p.m. for me. Oh yeah. Yeah, like 9.0 wasn't exactly smooth either, but also how many people played on the 9.0 launch? Because my guess, and I should say my guess is based on literally nothing but my feelings. Who needs facts when you've got feelings? I don't have any fucking data, but I think about 300 to 350,000 people will be trying to play. That's my estimate. Whether they all get to play at once or not is a different question. But I think it'll be 300 to 350,000. That's way higher than I would have said. Well, they've sold over 1 million copies, and that was over a week ago. There's been a lot of hype around it in the last week. I bet they've been selling copies like crazy. I bet they've sold at least another 100,000 since then. And all the really, really big streamers, and I mean like the really, really big streamers like Asmongold and shit like that, are all planning on playing it on release as well. So you've got massive hype. We've got probably over 1.1 million copies sold. I'm saying between a quarter and a third of the people who bought it are going to be trying to play. Now, again, and this is why I started it like that, my guess is based purely off my feelings with absolutely no data or anything to reference at all. There is absolutely no reason that my guess is correct. There's no reason you should listen to me. I'm making shit up. But I think that it'll have about 300,000 people. Fucking materials, man. Just put them away automatically. Just put them away automatically. That was some aggressive button mashing. It's not been a great day for me. I have like a limited fuse today. Getting a little frustrated a little easier than I should. I don't really have an explanation as to why. Two legendary potential and a bleeding heart. Personally, I'd estimate 200,000. I'm gonna stick with 300,000. If it hits exactly 250,000, that means we tie, right? And at 249 you win, at 251 I win. That sounds reasonable, right? Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Sweet. If I was a betting man, I'd bet on Tanky. He actually looked up some stats and had a look. I just went by feeling. I just went by feeling. That's not the best way to estimate things. Is that launch day only? I'm thinking launch day only, yeah. I'm thinking launch day only. Think Blizzard has ever DDoSed PoE servers? No, never. I don't think Blizzard has ever DDoSed anyone but themselves. That would be a ridiculous thing for a company to do. Error 34. They might have DDoSed themselves, but not other people. Also, GGG's DDoSed themselves. Essentially. Like, no game company has DDoSed other companies. Like, it's not happening. That doesn't mean that a small group of like huge Blizzard fans haven't been malicious of their own accord, right? But there's no shot. I wouldn't say no company. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm really just talking about the ARPG sphere. It's like all I know. I would say most of the time, if not all of the time, most of the time when DDoSing stuff happens for maliciously, not like by accident or whatever, it's usually like fans of competitors, like thinking they're helping, or not fans of competitors but like haters of the company or game, whatever one it is that's launching, or sometimes just complete fucking dickheads that have got nothing better to do with their lives. Yo, I killed a mob and it dropped loot on the other side of the wall. And I'm not allowed to pick it up apparently. I gotta run around there. Quite malicious with D4 now. I'm not. I'm disappointed. But I'm not upset with Blizzard. I'm just disappointed. Then to the past of everything, haven't planned anything out. Preposterous. Do it. Yeah, do it. I'm pissed at myself and bought the game for full price. Diablo's sort of like that. It's sort of like that ex-partner where you like remember the beginning of the relationship and how like good and exciting and fun it was, but they were really quite toxic towards the end. And I'm already like just not in love with them anymore. And like I see it for what it was, and I still like how it started and I still have some nostalgia about it. But I don't hate that person anymore. I'm just disappointed that they worked out like that. healing hands and pounds of the melee focused healing would be fun. Eldris is really interested in the like beam from the sky thing. I'm more interested in the melee thing if it can get some area. If there's some way to get it like some increased area, I think the melee attack version of healing paladin would be, of healing hands would be insanely good. Though I'm pretty sure, knowing Hildress, that he'll try all of the versions, not just the one that he's like most interested in. He'll be like, I'll try everything. Oh, are the arena keys of memories worth more money? Oh, they are. Just stepped outside. The sun is down and it's still... That's too much. That's too much. It's still 39 degrees. It's too much. It's too hot, man. I walked outside about an hour before I started streaming today and like melted. But I don't think it's still that hot here. I think we cool down quite quick. I think I'd be pretty miserable if it was still that hot here. -6 here? That's the way. It was a bit bad. I went outside to the bin and just noped back inside. We get quite high humidity. Yeah. Normally we also get all of the heat, and it has been hot. It's been very hot, very uncomfortably hot. But it's been hotter where Shads is the last few days, which is a little weird, but like hotter by several degrees. Like he's been getting slammed. I don't know how much I can appreciate somebody saying you're hot when their name is Stick Butt McFart 69. I just don't know, man. Stink bug McFart 69. What a fucking name. That's not even the first person today. It's actually not, but there's a decent chance that it's the same person with two different accounts. I wish these two things were closer. All right, here we go. Give me that belt. Belt me. I recommend we call up Thorn Toads originally and then Warpath DK. Anything, basically anything that doesn't require super accurate aiming is fine. So like the spinny hammer thing, the Warpath, any version of totem builds, any version of minion builds, anything like that on a controller is fine. Anything that requires really good aim, or even moderately good aim, to be honest, is not great with a controller. Yeah, bows would suck. I would not play bows with the controller. Damn it. That's not the belt. I told you to belt me. Belt me harder. Oh? Wrong ones. I don't know if Falconer or Warlock need aiming skills. The Warlock won't. It's going to be my second build in the league. I have no idea what I'm going to play as a Warlock. Here's what I know for my second build of the league. I will be a low life Warlock. Don't know what. Don't care if low life gets nerfed. I'm making a low life Warlock. Don't know what skill. Don't know what most of my gear will be. Just, I'm going to be a low life Warlock. That's all I got. Where evidence of a race got erased. When you say erased, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that thing is. But I don't care. There could be 10 nerfs. There could be 10 nerfs. I'm gonna make a low-life warlock as my second build. Whether it's a success or failure, who knows, but I'm doing it.
Yes. Yes.
Is that with wrist pain? Yes. Although I don't have any wrist pain, but the people who have bought them for wrist pain have said positive things. I have pains and problems with my like knuckles in my fingers and whatnot. And so these are compression gloves that are supposed to help with exactly that, but they also do wrists as well. I don't have any wrist pains, so it's not a problem for me, but they are right there from exclamation mark gloves. For nearly a year, I made as much money from content creation as I made from selling gloves. That's how many of those I've sold to the PoE community. Just in general, PoE seems to cause a lot of people hand problems. I have sold so many pairs of gloves. I like so many. Like when I say so many, the last time I looked at my total sales, it was 1,800 pairs of gloves that I had sold. I am the second highest influence marketer in their entire company. I've won second 3 times in a row and I'm annoyed by it. They give me a bonus for it too. I don't know who's first. It is worth noting, just so that everybody knows, while I do get a kickback that is like influencer marketing style stuff, that is an affiliate code. It took me about 2 years of emailing them once a month to try and even get them to have a program that would give me a cut. For about 2 years, I was just sending people directly to the website. I was already selling them before they had the creator code like that. I've been using them for a long time. I tried like 10 or 15 different pairs of compression gloves from different companies. These were by far the best for me. So it was already something I believed in, something I was selling, something I was actively using myself and am still actively using now. I didn't take it just because they offered me money. I was already doing it, and then the opportunity to make money happened. Well, that's the thing, Telexia. They had nothing, and I emailed them every month. And then I got sick of emailing them every month, and I started making everybody who was interested, when they bought it, I started making them fill out the do you have any notes for us section with like information about how they heard about it. Hey, you should give this guy some like cutbacks or kickbacks and whatnot. I found it from this place. So these all came from BalorMage, and at no point ever did I ever receive any correspondence from the company at all until one day the first response I ever got was a generic here's an affiliate marketplace thing we're launching that was not even aimed at me, didn't have my name in it. It was part of the mass email or whatever. That was the first and only correspondence I've ever had from them. Except my check that keeps showing up. So they've actually never talked to me ever. So I'm assuming that with the amount of bullying I did is what led that company to add a thing. Please be the belt. Oh, you piece of shit. Still not the belt. Maybe it was somewhere in that 20,000 emails. Maybe. You're not wrong. And they were rid of Ascension, try and chance it. I already spent them. I mean, I've probably found more since then, but it's fine. Tinfoil theory, there is no first place. They're just making you try harder. I don't know. But I've won second place like a few times. You also don't have to give out the first place prize that way. It's not a bad idea. Like email your top like 5 people and just tell them all they got second place. See if they'll work harder. It's not a bad idea. Until 2 of them know each other. That's true. It's probably safer to just email your number 1, tell them they're second. Email your number 2, tell them they're third. No one knows who number 1 is. Remember to take my beds counting as a win. Nice. Oh, I forgot to take my meds this morning. I wonder if that's why I've had such a shit day. Oh, that's pretty likely. Yeah, that's probably a problem. Because it sounds about right. They are. I mean, they don't solve it, but they help. I mean, they don't help if you don't take them. They don't help if you don't take them. They work a lot better in your system than on your desk. Yeah. Let's try not to make that mistake again tomorrow, shall we? especially on weekends. I tend to forget. I have a lot of struggle remembering to take them on days I don't work. When I do work, I take them before I leave for work. And then when I don't work, I forget. I didn't work today. Set an alarm at the normal work time and then take your meds, Iridian. I don't want to wake up at 5 a.m. on my days off, man. I get up at 5 to go to work. It's miserable. I don't want to. Get some of the fridge will help. Something to jolt the memory. Stuff like that usually does help me for a few days. Like sticky notes or places, things taped places. But then like after a few days, my brain gets used to seeing that there and it just becomes part of the scenery and stops reminding me. I understand that works until it's normalized. Yeah. And just like you're just used to seeing it there and it just doesn't trigger anything anymore. Like, all right, on that note, I'm gonna go. It's been a miserable day and I'm struggling to stay alert and existing, but I will remember to take my medication tomorrow morning. I will get on earlier. We'll look at all the new stuff. That'll be great. And then it'll be just a much better, it'll be just like a much better day. All right, let's have a look. Where are we sending people? To pick. I don't do anything along those lines in this room. This is a work room. This whole thing is a work room. That's where we're going. I will see everybody tomorrow. Bye.